Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. This is volume 184 of our True Crime Stories for Sleep. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment, letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the stories, don't forget to like and subscribe, it really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that these stories involve real people and real tragedies. They are shared not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and help raise awareness of warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's begin tonight's first story. Let me tell you a story tonight. It's one of those cases that stays with you, not because of the horror, though there's plenty of that, but because of the profound sadness at its heart. This is a story about hope and faith, about people who believed in second chances, and about how sometimes, no matter how much love you give, it isn't enough. This is the story of Robbie and Jennifer Tower, and the son they brought home from halfway across the world. Take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. Northport, Florida. It's one of those Sunbelt communities where palm trees line the streets and neighbors wave to each other in the morning. The kind of place where people move to start fresh, to build something good. And that's exactly what Robbie and Jennifer Tower were doing there. Robbie was 49 years old, born in Salem, Massachusetts back in 1974. People who knew him always described him the same way. Warm, funny. The kind of guy who could light up a room just by walking in. He had this infectious laugh, and wore silly socks and funny t-shirts just to make people smile. His neighbors called him the mayor of Malakote Road, because he was always organizing block parties, always bringing people together. That was just who Robbie was. Jennifer was 51, born in Columbus, Ohio in 1972. She was the youngest of 3 sisters, and like Robbie, she had a heart that was just too big for this world. She'd started her career as a paralegal, then became a realtor with Keller Williams, and eventually started her own business called ProAdmin, a real estate services company. But that was just what she did for work. What defined Jennifer was her faith. Both Robbie and Jennifer were devout Christians. Not the kind who just showed up on Sundays, but the kind who lived it. Jennifer taught Sunday school. Robbie was leading a church building project when he died. They went on missionary trips. They served their community. They dropped everything to help people in need. Their church family at New Day Christian Church knew them as people who walked the walk. The thing about Robbie and Jennifer was that they couldn't have children of their own. It was something that weighed on them, this absence in their lives. But instead of dwelling on it, they looked outward. They traveled the world on missionary trips, guided by their faith, helping wherever they could. And that's how they ended up in Ukraine. Let's talk about Dima for a moment. That wasn't the name he was born with, but it's the one he'd carry for most of his life. He was born in Ukraine, somewhere in the eastern part of the country in a region that would later be torn apart by war. His mother died when he was young. He testified later that he thought he was around 6 years old when she passed, but he wasn't even sure. That's how chaotic his early childhood was. He didn't even know his own history. After his mother died, Dima bounced around. First he lived with his brother, then with an uncle. Nothing lasted. Within months, he ended up in the foster care system. By 2015, when Dima was about 14 years old, he was living in an orphanage in Luhansk, right near the Ukrainian border. War had broken out. The conflict between Ukraine and Russian-backed separatists was tearing the region apart, and the orphanage where Dima lived was too close to the fighting. The Ukrainian government moved all the orphans to safer locations. The conditions in these orphanages were brutal. Robbie Tower's uncle, Warren Rhines, would later say that Dima had bruises on him, that he wasn't getting enough to eat. When they'd take him out for a meal, he'd eat 6 hot dogs in one sitting because he was starving. These weren't homes for children. They were more like prisons. Dima described himself later as a nobody from nowhere. And maybe that's exactly how he felt. This kid who'd lost his mother, been abandoned by his father, bounced through relatives who didn't want him, and ended up in an institution that barely fed him while bombs fell in the distance. And that's where Robbie and Jennifer Tower found him. The Towers first met Dima during one of their missionary trips to Ukraine in 2013. They saw a boy who needed help, who needed a family, who needed love. And they had so much love to give. Over the next couple of years, they made it happen. The paperwork, the trips back and forth, the legal hoops you have to jump through for international adoption. In 2015, when Dima was 14 years old, they brought him home to Northport, Florida. Imagine that transition for a moment. Dima left a war-torn country, left an orphanage where he'd been hungry and bruised, left everything he'd ever known and came to suburban Florida. He didn't speak English. He'd never lived in a real family home. Everything was foreign, but the Towers were determined to make it work. They gave him their last name. They gave him a home, a car, everything they could. In 2015, just 2 years after they first met him, Dima became a United States citizen. The Towers were thrilled. Family and friends remembered how happy the couple was. At the citizenship ceremony, they were finally parents. After years of not being able to have children, Dima was their one chance, and they were going to make the absolute most of it. On social media, you can still see the remnants of those early years. Photos of the family playing board games together. Posts about Dima's first hurricane experience, where Robbie joked about how cool and calm Dima was, sitting there eating cheese balls with a big smile. Pictures of Jennifer cutting both Robbie's and Dima's hair at home. Posts about making borscht, traditional Ukrainian soup, for a school potluck to honor Dima's heritage. They took him on family trips across the country. They watched sports together. They celebrated birthdays. From the outside, it looked like exactly what the Towers had hoped for. A family, but something wasn't right. It started small. Behavioral issues at school. Dima would get into fights. A former classmate would later describe him as a creep who would hang out in the woods, someone who made other kids uncomfortable on the school bus. By 10th grade, Dima dropped out of high school. He later admitted he didn't get along with Robbie. Jennifer at some point had told Dima that Robbie hadn't wanted to adopt him at all. Whether that was true or just something said in anger during an argument, we don't know, but imagine how that would land for a teenager who'd already been abandoned by his biological parents, who already felt like nobody wanted him. The domestic incidents started piling up. Records show that police were called to the Tower home multiple times starting in 2018. Statamy had pushed Jennifer. There were threats. Things got so bad that Robbie started sleeping with his bedroom door locked because he was afraid of his own son. Then, around 2020, there was a serious incident. Dima attacked Robbie and left him with a black eye. It was bad enough that Robbie actually called the police this time. Dima was arrested for domestic violence. The charges were eventually dropped or not prosecuted, but the damage was done. After that incident, the Towers sent Dima to live with relatives on Jennifer's side of the family. Maybe they thought distance would help. Maybe they needed a break. Maybe they hoped it would shock Dima into realizing what he was losing. But here's the thing about Robbie and Jennifer Tower. They forgave him. They loved him. Even after the violence, even after the black eye, even after all of it, they asked him to come back home. Because that's who they were. They believed in second chances. They believed in the power of love and faith to transform people. Dima moved out, came back, left again, came back again. It became a pattern. And through it all, the Towers kept supporting him. They were draining their savings. They were taking out loan. All to help this young man they'd rescued from an orphanage. This son they'd chosen. This boy they'd given their last name to. Their family and friends watched with growing concern. Some of them could see where this was heading, but Robbie and Jennifer held on to hope. It was late at night, nearly midnight, on August 31st, 2023. The summer heat in Florida had barely broken, and the Towers were asleep in their home on Mellicote Road. According to what Dima would later testify to in court, he came home that night with a plan already formed in his mind. He'd been drinking alone in his bedroom, nursing his anger, letting it build. He walked through the house to the kitchen and retrieved a steak knife, then another one, just in case. He walked into his parents' bedroom while they slept. Dima attacked Robbie first, stabbing him in the neck as he lay in bed. The attack was vicious, frenzied. Robbie had puncture wounds in his upper back. Blood splattered across the master bedroom. Jennifer woke up to the horror unfolding next to her. She ran. She managed to get out of the house and made it to a neighbor's door, pounding on it, screaming for help. The neighbor heard the screaming, heard someone banging frantically on the door, but by the time they opened it, Jennifer was gone. Because Dima had followed her, he forced Jennifer back to their home. In his later testimony, he said he made her sit down on the living room couch, and then before he killed her, he told her what he'd done to Robbie. He gave her a monologue explaining himself. Then he stabbed Jennifer 38 times in the neck. Blood was everywhere. The medical examiner would later determine that between the two of them, Dima had stabbed his parents at least 140 times. The crime scene was devastating. Blood on the couches in the living room. Blood in the master bedroom. Blood in the hallway. Blood on the inside of the front door. Blood in the kitchen. A blood-soaked towel or rag in the kitchen sink. Where Dima had tried to clean up. When police finally entered the home, they found Robbie and Jennifer lying on the living room floor, face down, their bodies positioned head-to-head, surrounded by pools of blood. When police first responded to the neighbor's 911 call about someone screaming for help and the blood spatters on the ground, they arrived to find Dima Tower outside the house, covered in blood, closing the trunk of his car. Officers ordered him to stop. He didn't. Dima got in his car and took off, leading police on a high-speed chase. He fled north on Interstate 75, driving recklessly, ignoring all attempts to get him to pull over. The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office deployed spike strips, and eventually at mile marker 192 in the unincorporated area of Venice, Florida, they managed to stop his Veef. But Dima wasn't done running. He jumped out of the car and fled on foot into nearby woods. For 8 hours, multiple law enforcement agencies searched for him. The Northport Police Department, Venice Police Department, Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, and Florida Highway Patrol all joined the manhunt. Helicopters in the air, officers on the ground, searching through the darkness. Finally, the next morning, officers found Dima at a Shell gas station on Knights Trail Road. He was arrested without further incident. By that point, his parents had been dead for hours, their bodies cooling in that blood-soaked living room. Dima was initially charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and fleeing to elude police. But in January 2024, a grand jury indicted him on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. The trial took place in November 2025. More than 2 years after the murders. The prosecution's case was straightforward. This was premeditated, planned murder. Dima had armed himself with knives. He'd attacked his father while he slept. He'd hunted down his mother when she tried to get help. He'd forced her back home and killed her while explaining what he'd done. This was first-degree murder, plain and simple. The defense didn't dispute that Dima had killed his parents. That was never in question. Instead, they asked the jury to consider a manslaughter conviction rather than murder. They painted a picture of Dima's troubled childhood. The dead mother, the alcoholic father who abandoned him, the brutal orphanage, the trauma of being transplanted to a completely foreign country at 14. They argued he was temporarily insane at the time of the killings, that he wasn't capable of the rational, conscious intent required for premeditated murder. During opening statements, Dima broke down crying in court as his attorney described his difficult upbringing. The judge had to call for a break, but then Dima took the stand in his own defense, and everything changed. On November 13th, 2025, Dima testified. It was chilling. He admitted clearly and repeatedly that he'd planned the murders. He said he came home that night with the plan already in his mind. He'd been boiling with rage. He admitted he walked into his parents' bedroom with a knife, intending to kill them. When asked directly if he intended to kill his adoptive parents, he said yes. He described stabbing Robbie in the neck first. He described chasing Jennifer when she fled to the neighbor's house. He described forcing her back home, making her sit on the couch, and explaining to her what he'd done to Robbie before stabbing her multiple times. When asked if he intended to kill Jennifer, he again said yes. The prosecutor, Assistant State Attorney Karen Fravalid, questioned him about the moment he grabbed those knives and walked toward his parents' bedroom. What was he thinking? What was going through his mind? Dima struggled to answer, but the picture was clear. This wasn't a moment of temporary insanity. This was deliberate, conscious, plan. Dima claimed multiple times on the stand that he was temporarily insane, but his own words contradicted that defense. He admitted premeditation. He admitted intent. He admitted grabbing a second knife when he lost the first one. He admitted continuing the attack across multiple rooms over an extended period. DNA evidence confirmed blood from Robbie Tower on one of the knives. Dima's DNA was on the handle of the second knife. Crime scene technicians described the trail of blood stretching from the master bedroom into the kitchen and living room. The medical examiner detailed the horrific number of stab wounds. A neighbor testified about Jennifer pounding on her door, screaming for help in her final moments. The case was overwhelming. Closing arguments focused on one key question. Did Dima Tower have the rational, conscious intent to commit murder before he did it? The defense argued that Dima's traumatic background, his abandonment, his difficult upbringing, meant he wasn't capable of the kind of premeditation required for first-degree murder. They asked the jury to find him guilty of manslaughter instead, but the prosecution focused on Dima's own testimony. He admitted planning it. He admitted arming himself. He admitted attacking his father while he slept. He admitted hunting down his mother. He admitted grabbing a second knife. He admitted the monologue to his mother before killing her. Every single action showed planning, showed intent, showed premeditation. Assistant State Attorney for Village was blunt. Hold him accountable for what he did. You may not have sympathy enter into your deliberations. I'm asking you to hold the defendant accountable for what he did. I'm asking you to find him guilty of killing Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower after premeditation. The jury deliberated. They reviewed the evidence, the blood spatter analysis, the DNA, the neighbor's testimony, the medical examiner's findings, and most importantly, Dima's own confession from the stand. On November 15th, 2025, the jury reached their verdict. Guilty on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. Guilty of fleeing to elude law enforcement. After the verdict, before sentencing, the court heard victim impact statements. This was when the true cost of Dima's actions became clear. Debbie Tower, Robbie's mother, spoke through tears. She wore a locket around her neck containing pictures of her son and daughter-in-law. She said she'd brought them with her so they could see what we're doing for them. She emphasized that neither Jennifer nor Robbie had been bad parents to Dima. They'd done everything they could. She said she missed Robbie so much her voice kept breaking. Other family members spoke about Jennifer and Robbie's selfless nature, their warmth, their compassion. They talked about how the couple went beyond helping others, how they'd given everything to try to save this boy from Ukraine. And then Philip Tower, Robbie's father, spoke. His words were stark and devastating. He said that Robbie and Jennifer had tried to help Dima be somebody so he wouldn't have to be a nobody. But now, in the prison system, Dima would be assigned a number instead of a name. And Philip Tower, this grieving grandfather, said there was one thing he wanted. He wanted Dima to change his name, to stop using the Tower name, to sever that last connection to the family he'd violently destroyed. Family and friends addressed Dima directly, telling him the real reason he killed his parents. Because you don't like rules, authority, or consequences. During all of this, Dima interrupted several times. When the judge Thomas Krug described him as an evil spirit with no remorse, Dima shouted out, "Evil spirit because you're talking foolish." Judge Krug tried to let Dima make a final statement, but when Dima started talking about the poor parenting of his adoptive grandparents, the judge shut it down. "You seem to be an evil spirit," Judge Krug said. And then he handed down the sentence, 2 consecutive life sentences, without the possibility of parole for the murder convictions. 5 years for fleeing law enforcement, to run concurrently with the second life sentence. Dima Tower would never be free again. He was also prohibited from having any contact with the Tower family. Judge Krug noted that as a judge, he often anguished over sentencing decisions. But he said, "Today obviously is not one of those days for me. Sentencing today is very easy." As the bailiff set to work fingerprinting Dima, preparing him for his transfer to prison, he was on his way to becoming exactly what he'd once described himself as. A nobody from nowhere. A number in the system instead of a name. So what do we take from this story? What does it mean? There's no easy answer here. No simple moral. Robbie and Jennifer Tower did everything right. They were good people, genuinely good people. who saw a child in need and opened their hearts in their home. They gave Dima every chance. They forgave him when he hurt them. They took him back when others would have given up. They drained their savings and took out loans to help him succeed in this country. They believed that love could heal trauma. They believed that faith and patience and kindness could transform someone. And maybe sometimes it can. But in this case, it couldn't. Was Dima's childhood trauma an excuse? Of course not. Plenty of people suffer terrible childhoods and don't become killers. The defense tried to argue temporary insanity, but Dima's own testimony proved it was premeditated. He made choices. Conscious, deliberate choices. But was his trauma a factor? Probably. A boy who loses his mother at 6, gets abandoned by his alcoholic father, bounces through relatives who don't want him, ends up starving and bruised in an orphanage during a war. That leaves scars. Deep ones. The kind that don't heal just because someone gives you a better life later. The saddest part is that the Towers knew about those scars. They saw them, and they tried so hard to heal them. They tried to give Dima what he'd never had: stability, love, a real family, a chance to be somebody instead of nobody. They tried for years, through the fights at school, through the violence at home, through the black eye and the police calls. They kept trying, and on August 31st, 2023, Dima Tower repaid that love and faith by stabbing them 140 times and leaving them head to head in a pool of blood on their living room floor. There's something particularly cruel about that. The people who tried hardest to help him, the only people who ever truly wanted him, were the ones he destroyed. The house on Malakote Road in Northport is still there. A different family probably lives there now. The blood has been cleaned up, the repairs made. Life goes on in that neighborhood, in that community, but Robbie and Jennifer Tower are gone. The church building project Robbie was leading had to be finished by someone else. The Sunday school classes Jennifer taught had to find a new teacher. The missionary trips they took together won't happen again. All those acts of service, all that love they brought into the world, it just stopped, ended in violence in the middle of the night. Dima Tower is 24 years old. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison. No possibility of parole. Every day for the next 40, 50, maybe 60 years. He'll wake up in a cell, eat institutional food, follow rules, be a number instead of a name. Did he get justice? Yes. The legal system worked. He confessed, was convicted, and will never hurt anyone else. Did he get what he deserved? That's a harder question. Some would say life in prison isn't enough for what he did. Others might say that spending decades in prison, having to live with what he's done, might be worse than a quicker end. But here's what we know for certain. Robbie and Jennifer Tower deserved better. They deserved to grow old together. They deserved to see their faith and hard work pay off. They deserved to be grandparents someday, to lead more mission trips, to throw more block parties on Malakote Road, to make more people smile. They gave everything to save one boy from Ukraine, and that boy took everything from them. May Robbie and Jennifer Tower rest in peace. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about a case that took place in a small town in upstate New York. It's a story about love, family, and how things can go terribly wrong when people refuse to let go. The town of Sodus sits quietly on the southern shore of Lake Ontario in upstate New York. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else. where the population hovers around 8,000 people and where the seasons paint the landscape in those rich, deep colors that only seem to exist in that part of the country. In early autumn, the trees turn brilliant shades of gold and crimson, and there's a crispness in the air that reminds you winter isn't far behind. Josh Niles was born in 1990 in nearby Canandaigua. He grew up in a big family, one of those tight-knit groups where everyone looked out for each other. His parents, Jean and Barbara, raised him with his brothers and sisters in an environment full of warmth and connection. Josh was the kind of person who worked with his hands, who understood machinery and engines, who could fix a lawnmower or a snowblower without breaking a sweat. He was protective, hard-working, and devoted to the people he loved. When Josh was just 18 years old, still figuring out who he was and what he wanted from life, he met a girl named Charlene Albert. She was 16 at the time, and they connected through mutual friends in the way that teenagers do. Young love has that intensity to it, doesn't it? Everything feels immediate and all-consuming. Josh and Charlene fell for each other quickly. Charlene was going through some difficulties at home, so she moved in with Josh and his parents. It was one of those situations where a young couple decides to build something together before they're really ready for it. In July of 2009, when Josh was just 19, they had a baby girl. They named her Gabriella, but everyone called her Gabby. The young couple moved into a place of their own, trying to create the life they imagined. A couple of years later, they had a son. They named him Bentley. Now Josh and Charlene were in their early 20s with two small children, trying to navigate parenthood, a relationship, and all the complications that come with growing up too fast. But here's the thing about relationships that start when you're so young. Sometimes people grow in different directions. Sometimes the chemistry that brought you together isn't enough to sustain you through the hard parts. Josh's mother, Barbara, would later describe them as fire and water, two elements that just couldn't coexist peacefully. The relationship was volatile. There were arguments, police calls to their home, accusations flying back and forth. Neither Josh nor Charlene was perfect in this situation. By 2012, when Josh was 22 and Charlene was 20, they decided to go their separate ways. It was one of those breakups that's probably inevitable, where both people realize they're better apart than together. They worked out a custody arrangement for Gabby and Bentley. During the school year, the kids would live with Charlene. In the summer, they'd come stay with Josh. It wasn't perfect, but it was functional. They were trying to do right by their children. After the split, Charlene made a decision that would change everything. In 2013, she moved to Texas, Sunray, Texas. To be specific, it's a tiny town in the Panhandle. Population around 2,000, the kind of place where everyone really does know everyone else's business. She was starting fresh, building a new life far away from upstate New York. Meanwhile, back in Sodus, Josh was also beginning a new chapter. Her name was Amber Washburn, and she was born in July of 1994. Like Josh, she was born right there in Sodus. Her parents were Christopher and Marcia Washburn, and they raised Amber with her sister Angeline in that same close community. Amber attended Newark High School, and by all accounts she was the kind of person who brought light into a room. She was kind, caring, gentle. She worked as a professional baker, creating beautiful cakes and pastries. In her free time she loved gardening, watching things grow and bloom under her care. Josh and Amber met in 2013, not long after his split with Charlene. There's something about finding someone after a difficult relationship ends, isn't there? You understand yourself better. You know what you need. Josh and Amber connected in that deeper way, the way that comes from maturity and understanding. They fell in love. In 2014, Amber gave birth to their son. They named him Josh Jr., carrying on the family name. But early on they noticed something. Josh Jr. wasn't developing quite like other children his age. He wasn't speaking. Eventually he was diagnosed with autism. Josh Jr. was nonverbal, which meant he couldn't communicate through words the way most children do. But Josh and Amber didn't let this challenge define their family or slow them down. They learned to understand their son in other ways, to read his needs and support him with patience and love. During the summers when Gabby and Bentley came up from Texas to stay with their father, Amber welcomed them with open arms. She didn't see them as someone else's children. She saw them as part of the family she was building with Josh. The kids called her a second mom. She attended their school events when they visited, helped with homework, cooked meals, tucked them in at night. She loved them as her own, and they loved her back. By 2018, Josh and Amber were building something real and lasting. Josh had started his own landscaping business, Niles Landscaping, and it was going well. They'd managed to buy a house together on Carlton Street in Sodus. Number 29 Carlton Street, to be exact. It was their own place, a home where they could raise their children and build their future. They talked about getting married, making it official. Everything was moving in the right direction, but there was a complication brewing in Texas. Down in Sunray, Charlene's life had taken its own turns. She'd remarried in 2014, not long after moving to Texas. That marriage ended by 2018. But even before it officially ended, Charlene had started a new relationship. His name was Timothy Dean, and he was the chief of police in Sunray. Tim Dean wasn't from Texas originally. He'd worked his way through law enforcement, moving up the ranks, and had recently taken the position as police chief in this small Texas town. When he met Charlene, they were both married to other people. Charlene was working as an animal control officer for the Dumas Police Department, about 20 miles from Sunray. They met in 2016 through work connections. Whatever started between them, it was intense enough that both of them left their previous marriages. Charlene filed for divorce from her second husband, and she and Tim were married about a month later. They were blending families, both bringing children from previous relationships into this new union. Tim had a daughter from his previous marriage, a little 3-year-old girl. For a while, things seemed stable. The summers would come, and Gabby and Bentley would travel up to New York to stay with their father Josh and his girlfriend Amber. Then they'd return to Texas for the school year, living with their mother Charlene and their stepfather Tim. It was a routine. It worked. Until May of 2018, something happened that month that would unravel everything. There was an incident, one that was captured on video. Tim Dean was recorded striking his 3-year-old daughter in the face. When this video came to light, Child Protective Services got involved. The consequences were swift. Tim lost custody of his daughter, who went to live with her mother in a nearby Texas town. But the ripples didn't stop there. When Josh heard about this incident involving Tim Dean, he made a decision. If Tim Dean was capable of hitting a 3-year-old child, Josh didn't want his own children living in that environment. He filed for full custody of Gabby and Bentley, and the court agreed with him. In the summer of 2018, Gabby and Bentley came up to Sodus, as usual, but this time they weren't going back. Josh and Amber prepared the house for them to stay permanently. They enrolled them in the local schools. In September, Josh stood in that very driveway on Carlton Street, proud as anything, watching his children wait for the school bus on their first day at their new school. There's a photo from that morning. Josh is smiling. The kids are wearing their backpacks. Everything looked hopeful, but Charlene was furious. Losing custody of your children would devastate most parents. And Charlene was no exception. She'd lost her son from her second marriage too, as the custody decisions cascaded through the family court system. But Gabby and Bentley, her children with Josh, that loss hit particularly hard. She made trips up to Sodus, trying to convince Josh to change his mind, to send the kids back to her. She even offered to divorce Tim Dean if that would help her case, if that would prove she was serious about creating a safe environment. But the judge had made the decision. The children would stay with Josh and Amber. According to what would come out later, Charlene told people she felt depressed, sad, angry. She couldn't handle being separated from her children. She needed them back. And at some point in the darkness of that desperation, an idea took root. In Texas, Charlene and Tim started talking. They started planning. Tim had a friend, another police officer named Braun Bolar. The three of them would meet in Tim Dean's garage, and they would discuss something unthinkable. They talked about driving to New York. They talked about guns. They talked about Josh. Tim Dean was no longer the police chief. By this point, he'd lost that position after the child abuse charges, but he still had access to police equipment. He obtained a 9mm handgun. They discussed what kind of gun would be best for what they were planning. They talked about how it would happen. Charlene would later admit that she told Tim the murder needed to happen. She couldn't take it anymore, she said. Being away from her children was unbearable, and Tim, whether out of love for Charlene or some twisted sense of duty or his own anger at losing his position and his reputation, agreed to do it. In mid-October, they put their plan into motion. Tim Dean needed a car. He didn't have a credit card to rent one himself, so Charlene drove all the way down to Wichita, Kansas to rent a vehicle for him. His friend Braun Bolar also helped by renting another car under his name. Tim loaded up the vehicle with ammunition, a tactical vest, and firearms. He prepared like someone going to war. The drive from Sunray, Texas to Sodus, New York is approximately 1,400 miles. It takes about 21 hours of straight driving if you don't stop. Tim Dean made that journey in October of 2018, heading east with murder in his heart. On October 20th, 2 days before the shooting, something happened. Around 4 in the morning, on a dark Kansas highway near Emporia, Tim Dean tried to make a U-turn. Maybe he was tired from the long drive. Maybe he was distracted. Whatever the reason, he crashed the rental car he was driving. A sheriff's deputy named Corey Nicolette responded to the scene. His body camera captured the entire interaction, and that footage would later become crucial evidence. Tim told the deputy he'd just been driving around. When the deputy asked where he was headed, Tim said he was going through a divorce, and that he was on his way to New York. He also mentioned he had firearms in the vehicle, but assured the deputy they were legally permitted. The deputy helped him get the car situation sorted out, and sent him on his way. Tim continued toward New York. By the morning of October 22nd, Tim Dean was in Sodus. Monday, October 22nd, 2018, dawned like any other autumn day in Sodus. The leaves were brilliant in their fall colors. The air was crisp. It was the kind of day where you might wear a light jacket in the morning and a t-shirt by afternoon. Josh Niles was at home at 29 Carlton Street. Amber had gone out to run an errand. Their 4-year-old son, Josh Jr., was with her, strapped safely in his car seat. Josh's 2 older children, Gabby and Bentley, were at school. Around 7 in the morning, surveillance footage would later show a figure walking around the neighborhood. A man in dark clothing, a hoodie pulled up. He seemed to be scouting, looking around, getting familiar with the area. That afternoon, Josh was outside his house. He had a truck parked in the driveway. He was standing next to it, probably doing one of those small maintenance tasks that always need doing around a house. The neighborhood was quiet, peaceful. Then a man approached. Josh's neighbor, Tiffany Thayer, lived right next door at 27 Carlton Street. She was in her kitchen that afternoon, reaching into a cupboard to get a snack for her child. Her kitchen window faced the Niles house. She glanced out and saw Josh standing by his truck, and there was a man in a dark hoodie talking to him. Even from her window, she could tell Josh looked upset. The body language was wrong. This wasn't a friendly conversation. At that moment, Amber pulled into the driveway in her car. Josh Jr. was in the back seat. Amber had just finished her errand, probably thinking about what to make for dinner, about picking up the older kids from school, about all the mundane details of daily life. Tiffany was still watching from her window when she heard a gunshot. She saw Josh grab his chest. Everything that happened next unfolded in seconds, but it would replay in Tiffany's mind for the rest of her life. Amber must have seen what was happening because she threw her car into reverse. She was trying to get away, trying to save herself and her son. But the man in the hoodie turned toward her vehicle. He fired once. The bullet struck Amber in the head. She slumped over the steering wheel. Her car, now driverless, continued rolling backward across the street, finally coming to a stop when it gently bumped into a neighbor's driveway. Tiffany reacted instinctively. She grabbed her own child and jumped on top of them, shielding them with her body. From her position on the floor, she heard more gunshots. Several more. The sound of them echoed through the quiet neighborhood. After about 30 seconds of silence, she carefully looked out the window again. The man in the hoodie was running away, and Josh, who had tried to crawl under his truck to escape, wasn't moving anymore. When the first responders arrived, the scene was devastating. Sergeant Matt Carr from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office was one of the first on scene. He would later describe it as probably one of the worst things he'd ever seen. Josh Niles had been shot 9 or 10 times. 13 shell casings were scattered around the driveway. The shooter had emptied his weapon into Josh, continuing to fire even after Josh had tried to hide beneath his truck. Amber Washburn had been shot once, a single bullet to the head. She died almost instantly. And in the back seat of Amber's car, still strapped into his car seat, was 4-year-old Josh Jr. Sergeant Carr would never forget the image of that little boy, sitting there holding a 4-piece box of chicken McNuggets from McDonald's. Josh Jr. was physically unharmed, but he had witnessed his parents' murders. And because he was nonverbal, he couldn't tell anyone what he'd seen or what he understood of what had happened. The neighborhood erupted in activity. Police officers flooded the area. Deputy Nick Yates brought his canine dog Norris to track the shooter. The dog picked up a scent and followed it down Carlton Street toward Elmwood Avenue, then to Newark Street. At one point, Norris found a black balaclava, a ski mask, lying on the ground. The scent trail led to the Newark Street apartments, where there was a parking lot, and there, the trail went cold. The shooter had likely gotten into a vehicle and driven away. Within hours, the news spread through cities. In a town of 8,000 people, a double murder is seismic. Everyone knew Josh, or Amber, or knew someone who knew them. The community was stunned, terrified, heartbroken, and then something strange happened. That same day, while investigators were still processing the crime scene, Charlene Childers called Josh's mother, Barbara. Charlene said she'd seen news footage of the shooting on social media. She was calling from Texas, devastated, crying. She said she was coming to New York immediately to comfort her children and be with the family. And she did. Charlene flew up from Texas. She attended the candlelight vigil that was held for Josh and Amber. She stood among the mourners, tears streaming down her face. She spoke to local media, her voice shaking with emotion. "Whoever did it has now made it to where my kids grow up without a dad," she told reporters. "That's nothing a kid should ever have to do. Justice needs to be served. My kids need that closure." She hugged Josh's family members. She held Josh and Amber's baby, the newborn that Josh's sister Nicole had recently given birth to. A child that Josh himself would never get to meet. She played the role of the grieving ex-girlfriend, the heartbroken mother, perfectly, but investigators were already starting to connect the pieces. When you're investigating a murder, one of the first things you do is look at who might have had a motive. And in Josh's case, the most obvious place to start was the custody dispute. Josh had recently won full custody of his children in a contentious battle. Charlene had been vocal about her anger over that decision, so naturally she became a person of interest. But she had what seemed like a solid alibi. She was in Texas when the murders happened. Multiple people could confirm that. So investigators started looking at who Charlene was connected to, who she might have influenced or convinced to act on her behalf. That's when Timothy Dean's name came up. Investigators discovered that Tim had missed several shifts at his new job around the time of the murders. That was unusual. They pulled phone records and found something interesting. Just days before the shooting, Tim Dean had called 911 from Emporia, Kansas. They obtained the body camera footage from Deputy Corey Nicolit's traffic stop. There was Tim Dean in the middle of Kansas at 4 in the morning, in a rental car, with firearms, telling the deputy he was going through a divorce and heading to New York. The rental car records led them to Braun Bolar, the police officer who had rented one of the vehicles. When investigators questioned him, Bolar initially tried to cover for his friend, but as the pressure mounted, he eventually broke down and confessed. He admitted that he'd been present when Tim and Charlene discussed the murder plan in Tim's garage. He'd helped rent the car, knowing what Tim intended to do with it. Surveillance footage from an auto repair shop near the crime scene showed Tim Dean on the morning of the murders, walking through the neighborhood. He was carrying a tub of ammunition and wearing a black tactical vest, and forensics found Tim's DNA on the black ski mask that had been discovered near the crime scene. The evidence was overwhelming. Authorities in Texas coordinated with the Wayne County Sheriff's Office to arrest Timothy Dean. It wasn't a simple arrest. Dean was a former police chief. He knew tactics. They conducted what they called a high-risk arrest at his home in Sunray. Officers surrounded the house. After about an hour of negotiation and one flashbang grenade thrown inside, Tim Dean surrendered. He was charged with first-degree murder, second-degree murder, criminal possession of a weapon, and conspiracy. Charlene Childers was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Ron Bowler was charged with second-degree conspiracy, but here's where the story takes another dark turn. As the cases moved toward trial, Charlene made a deal. She agreed to testify against Tim Dean in exchange for a reduced sentence. Her charge was downgraded from second-degree murder to first-degree manslaughter. Instead of life in prison, she would serve 28 years. In May of 2019, Tim Dean went to trial, and Charlene Childers was the star witness for the prosecution. She took the stand and admitted everything. She confessed that she and Tim had sat down together and planned Josh's murder. They discussed what type of gun to use, how to do it, when to do it. She said she told Tim the murder needed to happen, that she couldn't deal with the depression and sadness of being away from her children anymore. She claimed that Amber was never supposed to be part of the plan. Amber was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But of course, once Amber saw Tim shooting Josh, she became a witness who couldn't be allowed to survive. Josh's family sat in the courtroom and watched Charlene testify. Barbara Niles, Josh's mother, told reporters later that Charlene often smiled when she walked into the courtroom. Barbara admitted that sometimes she wanted to knock her teeth in. The casual cruelty of it, the performance of grief at the vigil followed by this smiling demeanor at trial, was almost too much to bear. Tim Dean's defense attorney tried to paint Charlene as the real mastermind, someone who had manipulated Tim into committing murder. And there was some truth to that, but Tim was the one who made the 1,400-mile drive. He was the one who pulled the trigger. He was the one who shot Josh 9 or 10 times, and then shot Amber in the head. The jury found Timothy Dean guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He's currently incarcerated at Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, New York. He has never admitted guilt. In June of 2019, Charlene Childers was sentenced. The courtroom was packed with family members who wanted to speak. Josh's mother, Barbara, addressed Charlene directly. "You were a member of our family for a long time," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Now these poor kids have no parents at all. I prayed every day when you would sit in our home that you had nothing to do with this. You've ruined a lot of lives." Josh's sister, Nicole Gunkel, spoke next. She reminded Charlene that she'd been at the vigil and the funeral, hugging family members, holding Nicole's newborn baby, all while knowing she was the reason Josh and Amber were dead. "I wish New York had the death penalty," Nicole said, "because you and your husband should be on it." Amber's uncle wrote a letter on behalf of her family. He called Amber a kind and caring person. "The senselessness of what you planned has left our family with an emptiness that will never go away," he read. When it was Charlene's turn to speak, she said she was sorry. She said she was a human being who made mistakes, and this was the biggest mistake she'd ever made. She expressed remorse. But Dennis Murphy, the Datline reporter who covered the case extensively, wasn't convinced. He said that Charlene's lack of empathy was something he'd never forget. He called her perhaps the most villainous killer he'd encountered in all his years of covering true crime. The judge sentenced her to 28 years. She'll be eligible for parole when she's 49 years old. She's currently incarcerated at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility for Women in New York. Ron Bowler, the police officer who helped rent the car, pleaded guilty to second-degree conspiracy. He was sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison. He was released on parole in November of 2020. But the real victims in all of this weren't just Josh and Amber. They were the children. Josh Jr., who was 4 years old and nonverbal, witnessed his parents' murders while sitting in the back seat of a car, holding his McDonald's chicken nuggets. He went to live with Amber's parents, Christopher and Marcia Washburn, who learned to care for his special needs, to help him navigate a world that had just become infinitely more complicated and painful. Gabby and Bentley, who were 9 and 7 years old when their father was murdered, lost both parents in the span of an instant. Their father was dead. Their mother was in prison for orchestrating his death. They went to live with their aunt Nicole Gunkel in Newark, New York. Nicole was already raising 4 children of her own. She suddenly had 6 children to care for. She set up a GoFundMe to help with expenses, to buy a bigger vehicle so she could take all the kids on family trips, to replace things the children had left behind in Texas. "I thought it was a bad dream," Nicole said after the murders. "It couldn't be my brother and Amber. It broke my heart. It's my little brother. I'm supposed to go before him. He was 28 years old. Josh was 28. Amber was 24. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They just bought a house. They were planning to get married. Josh's landscaping business was growing. They were raising 3 children who needed them, and in a matter of seconds, because of jealousy and rage, and a twisted sense of entitlement to those children, it all ended. When you think about this case, what strikes you most is the calculated nature of it. This wasn't a crime of passion, an argument that got out of hand. This was planned. Charlene and Tim sat in his garage and mapped it out. They discussed weapons, they arranged rental cars. Tim drove nearly 1,500 miles with a trunk full of ammunition and tactical gear. He surveyed the neighborhood that morning, and then he waited. And when Josh came outside to his own driveway, to his own home, the place where he should have been safe, Tim Dean executed him. And when Amber happened to arrive at that moment, Tim executed her too, right in front of their 4-year-old son. The judge at Charlene's sentencing said something that stuck with a lot of people. He said that Timothy Dean was Charlene's puppet, that he would have done whatever she said and that she could have stopped it at any point. She could have said no. She could have accepted the court's custody decision and worked within the system to regain visitation rights. She could have focused on creating a stable life that would demonstrate to a judge that she deserved more time with her children. But instead, she chose murder. Sodus, New York, had been through a lot in the years leading up to this case. In spring of 2017, the town suffered severe flooding damage. In November of that same year, a 17-year-old girl from Sodus was stabbed to death by her 19-year-old ex-boyfriend. A month later, another 17-year-old boy from Sodus was stabbed to death by 2 other teens in a nearby village. In the spring of 2018, 18-year-old Selena Hidalgo Calderon was found dead on a farm in town. Her 1-year-old son had been missing since her disappearance, and his remains were found on the same farm in October. The community was reeling from tragedy after tragedy, and then in October of 2018, Josh and Amber were murdered in broad daylight in their driveway. For a town of 8,000 people, it was almost incomprehensible. That level of violence, that degree of tragedy, it leaves a mark on a place. It changes how people feel in their own homes, in their own driveways. It breaks something in the trust that holds a community together. But communities are resilient. The people of Sodus came together after Josh and Amber's deaths. They held vigils. They supported the children who were left behind. They helped the families navigate their grief. They showed up for each other in the way that small towns do. There's a photo from September of 2018, just a few weeks before the murders. It shows Josh standing in his driveway on Carlton Street, smiling, with Gabby and Bentley beside him in their backpacks waiting for the school bus. It was their first day at their new school in New York. They were starting fresh. Josh looked so proud, so happy. He'd fought for his children and won. He was building a life with Amber, a stable, loving home where those kids could grow up safe. 3 weeks later, he was dead. Sometimes when people talk about this case, they focus on Charlene, on her manipulation and her cruelty. Or they focus on Tim Dean, the former police chief who drove across the country to commit murder. Those are the villains of the story, and rightfully so. But really this story is about Josh and Amber. Josh, who loved working outdoors, who could fix anything mechanical, who cooked elaborate meals, who fought for custody of his children because he wanted to protect them, who stood in his driveway on a Monday afternoon and never imagined he'd be dead within minutes. And Amber the baker, who made beautiful cakes, who loved gardening and watching things grow, who welcomed Gabby and Bentley into her life and heart without hesitation, who pulled into her driveway thinking about the ordinary details of an ordinary day and instead drove straight into a nightmare. They were 28 and 24 years old. They were building something beautiful, and it was stolen from them by people who couldn't let go, who chose violence over acceptance, who valued their own desires over human life. If you visit Sodus today, you'll find a town that's moved forward, as places must after tragedy. Carlton Street is quiet. Families live there. Children play in yards. The house at 29 Carlton Street has different occupants now. People creating their own memories, their own stories. But the people who knew Josh and Amber haven't forgotten them. In their obituary, published just days after their deaths, it says they entered eternal rest, holding hands as they did in life. They loved the outdoors. They loved their 3 children. They attended Cross Creek Church. They were remembered by parents and siblings and grandparents and aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews and friends. In lieu of flowers, people were asked to donate to the Autism Council of Rochester in honor of Josh Jr. The children are growing up now. Josh Jr. is being cared for by his grandparents. Gabby and Bentley are with their Aunt Nicole. They're loved. They're supported. They're being given every chance to heal and grow and build lives that their father and Amber would be proud of. But they'll grow up knowing that their biological mother orchestrated their father's murder, that their stepfather pulled the trigger, that their father died trying to protect them, to give them a better life, that Amber died simply because she came home at the wrong moment. Those are burdens no children should have to carry, and Tim Dean sits in his cell in Clinton Correctional Facility, maintaining his innocence despite all the evidence, despite the body camera footage, despite the DNA on the ski mask, despite the eyewitness testimony, despite Charlene's confession that they planned it together. He won't admit what he did, and Charlene sits in her cell at Bedford Hills, knowing she'll be 49 years old before she's even eligible for parole. She'll have spent more than half her life in prison by then. Gabby and Bentley will be grown adults, well into their 30s. They may not want anything to do with her. They may not consider her their mother anymore after what she did. She said she did it because she missed her children, because she couldn't bear being away from them. But the irony is that by trying to get them back through murder, she ensured she'd never have them at all. She guaranteed they'd grow up without either parent. She chose the most destructive possible path and destroyed everyone in her wake. You know, when we hear about cases like this, it's easy to think of them as aberrations, as extreme examples of human behavior that we can't really understand. And in some ways, that's true. Most people could never plan and execute a murder, no matter how desperate or angry they felt. But underneath this extreme act, there's something more common and more human. It's about control. It's about refusing to accept that sometimes we don't get what we want, even when we want it desperately. It's about prioritizing our own needs and desires above everything else, including the well-being of the people we claim to love. Charlene said she missed her children. She probably did. But she missed them in a way that was entirely focused on her own pain, her own loss, her own anger. If she truly put her children's needs first, she would have recognized that Gabby and Bentley needed their father. They needed stability. They needed a home where they felt safe. They needed adults who could put their welfare above personal grudges. Instead, she made those children orphans. She made them witness, indirectly, to violence that will haunt them forever. She guaranteed they'll spend their lives in therapy, working through trauma, trying to make sense of what their mother did. That's not love. It's possession. The story's been told. Josh and Amber's names are preserved in the record, in the memories of those who love them, in the hearts of their children. The wheels of justice have turned. The guilty are in prison. Children are safe and cared for. But justice doesn't bring back the dead. It doesn't undo October 22nd. 2018. It doesn't give Josh Jr. his voice or his parents. It doesn't let Gabby and Bentley hug their father one more time or hear Amber tell them she loves them. Some losses are just losses. They can't be redeemed or fixed or made right. We can only remember, and hope that in remembering we honor the people who were taken too soon. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, I want to tell you about someone who deserved so much more time in this world. Her name was Alex Penny, and her story is one of those cases that makes you think about the people we trust, the secrets we keep, and how sometimes the smallest piece of evidence can reveal the truth. This isn't a story with jump scares or shocking twists that'll keep you awake. It's just the truth, told slowly, about a young woman whose life ended far too soon, and the careful work that went into understanding what really happened that winter night in Minnesota. So, as we settle in, Let me tell you about Alex. Alexandra Lee Penny came into this world on December 27th, 1989, born to Jim and Mary Jo Penny. They called her Alex, and from the start, she was loved. She grew up in Minnesota with her sisters Brittany and Brady, surrounded by grandparents who adored her, and a family that celebrated every moment together. If you'd met Alex in high school, you might have seen her on the ice. She played hockey, and she was good at it. Her team won a state championship, and you can picture her there, strong and fast, hair flying as she moved across that frozen surface. Those were good years, but life isn't always a straight path, is it? After high school, Alex went to Montana State University, where she studied public health. Somewhere during those years, though, things got harder. Depression crept in, the kind that feels like a weight on your chest that you can't quite shake. Alex struggled. She battled addiction. At one point, she took a handful of pills and told her mother she wanted to end her life. It's hard to talk about, even now, but it's important because it's part of who Alex was. Someone who knew darkness but chose to fight it. Her family got her help. She went to rehab, and she got clean. And here's the beautiful part. That experience changed her. She'd been saved by nurses in a hospital, and it lit something inside her. She wanted to help people too. She wanted to be the person who stood between someone in their darkest moments. So Alex went back to school. She earned her licensed practical nursing degree from St. Paul College, then her registered nursing degree from Alexandria Technical and Community College. Throughout her career, she sought out the people who needed help most. The disadvantaged, the forgotten, the ones society often overlooks. By 2022, Alex was 32 years old and living in downtown St. Paul. She had a small apartment, 2 cats named Opie and Jax, and a heart that was still learning to trust again. She'd recently started dating someone new, a man named Shane Anderson. They'd only been together about 4 months, but Shane says they were already talking about their future. She made him love cats, even though he'd always been a dog person. Alex was doing well. She'd seen her family at Thanksgiving. Her mother had talked to her on the phone just hours before she died, and everything seemed fine. She was interviewing for new jobs, making plans to attend a wedding the following summer, arranging her rent payments. She was living her life. And then, in the early morning hours of December 16th, 2022, everything stopped. Let me take you back to December 15th. It's the kind of cold Minnesota winter day where the air bites at your face and darkness falls early. Matthew Ecker was getting ready for work that morning at his home in Fergus Falls, about 3 hours away from St. Paul. He was 45 years old, a nurse practitioner, married to a woman named Elizabeth, with 4 children, but Matthew had a secret. For the past 2 years, he'd been having an affair with Alex Penning. They'd met at a walk-in clinic where they both worked. What started as a friendship became something more. By Matthew's own description, it was an open relationship, though it's hard to know what that really meant to each of them. On that December day, Matthew says he got a frantic phone call from Alex around midday. She told him she'd gotten into a fight with Shane Anderson, her boyfriend. She said it had gotten physical and she was scared. Matthew made a decision. He grabbed his gun, he owned it legally, and drove the 3 hours to St. Paul. He said he wanted to protect her. He arrived at Alex's apartment around 2 in the afternoon. By all accounts, she was alone when he got there. They spent the afternoon together, just talking, the way old friends do. And then as evening fell, they decided to go out. They went bar hopping in downtown St. Paul. First one spot, then another, just drinking and catching up. The security cameras in these places captured them throughout the night. 2 people who seemed comfortable with each other, laughing, talking, and then at 12:30 in the morning, they walked into a place called Camp Bar. That's where things got complicated, because Shane Anderson was there, Alex's boyfriend. And according to the footage, Shane walked over to Alex and started talking to her. Matthew walked over too, and he tried to introduce himself, holding out his hand like he wanted to be friendly about the whole thing. But Shane punched him. The bar staff kicked Shane out. Matthew and Alex stayed for about another hour, drinking and chatting. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but something had shifted. At 2:05 in the morning, surveillance cameras caught Alex and Matthew walking through the lobby of her apartment building. They went up to her unit, but 19 minutes later, at 2:24, the cameras show them coming back down. Matthew said later he needed to get his headphones from his car. Alex came back first. The cameras show her in the vestibule, pacing, looking at her phone. She seems tense. 2 minutes later, Matthew returns. And together they walk through the lobby one final time. The timestamp reads 2:30 in the morning. It's the last time anyone would see Alex Penning alive. 20 minutes later, at 2:50 in the morning, Matthew Ecker called 911. She shot herself, he told the dispatcher. Alex shot herself in the head. Officers raced to the apartment building. Matthew met them in the lobby at 2:56, just 6 minutes after his call. He was crying, distressed, his body language that of someone in shock. The officers followed him upstairs. Inside the small studio apartment, they found Alex lying on her back in the bathroom doorway. Her legs were positioned on either side of the door. There was a single gunshot wound to her left temple, and blood. So much blood. The gun was resting on her left shoulder. Her left hand was on top of it. The officers noticed something immediately. Alex was right-handed, according to her family. Why would she shoot herself with her left hand? There were other things, too. The bathroom sink was completely dry, even though Matthew said he'd washed his hands there after trying to help Alex. If he'd just washed his hands moments before calling 911, wouldn't the sink still be wet? In the apartment, police found 6 bottles of prescription medication, including antidepressants and other drugs. All of them were prescribed to Alex. But when investigators looked closer, they discovered Matthew was the one who'd written the prescriptions. A nurse practitioner prescribing medications to someone he was romantically involved with. It raised questions. There was alcohol, too. And in the closet across from the bathroom, there were holes that looked like punch marks in the door. Matthew, sitting in the hallway, was sobbing. An officer named Justina Hesser sat down with him, her body camera recording everything. "Oh God, why'd she do that?" Matthew cried. Officer Cher spoke gently. "I know it's hard. Just take your time." And Matthew began to tell his story. Matthew told the officers that Alex had called him earlier that day, frightened. He said her boyfriend Shane had been abusive, that there'd been a physical fight, and Alex was scared Shane might hurt her. That's why Matthew drove to St. Paul with his gun, to protect her. They'd spent the afternoon together, he said. Then they went out to bars. At Camp Bar, they ran into Shane, who confronted them and punched Matthew. But after Shane left, everything was fine between Matthew and Alex. They went back to the apartment, and they were laughing. No argument. No fight. But then, Matthew said, Alex grabbed his gun from his backpack. She took it and ran into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. The gun went off behind a closed door, Matthew insisted. I did not shoot her. He said he forced the door open and tried to help her. He said he tried to do CPR, put pressure on the wound, used his nursing skills to save her. Then he washed his hands and called 911. That was his story. And at first it seemed possible. After all, Alex had struggled with depression before. She'd attempted suicide years earlier. The medications in her apartment, her history, it all seemed to fit. But Detectives Abby DeSanto and Jennifer O'Donnell had their doubts. For one thing, Matthew's hands were completely clean. No blood, no gunshot residue. If he'd tried to help Alex, if he'd put pressure on a head wound that was bleeding heavily, wouldn't there be some trace of blood? And that dry sink kept bothering them. They interviewed Matthew for hours that morning. He was interviewed around 6:30 and he stuck to his story. But small things kept changing. At first he said Alex grabbed the gun and ran. Then he said they'd argued about it. Then he said there was no argument at all. He said Alex held the gun with her left hand, even though she was right-handed. He said he washed his hands, but the sink was bone dry. He said he broke down the door after hearing the gunshot, but, well, that's where the case really broke open. While detectives were interviewing Matthew, the forensic team was still processing the scene. They were being thorough, checking every corner of that small bathroom, documenting every detail. And then they needed to move Alex's body. When they did, one of the technicians saw something underneath her. A small round piece of metal, about the size of a quarter. It was shaped like a ring. They recognized it immediately. It was part of the lock from the bathroom door. Think about that for a moment. Matthew said Alex locked herself in the bathroom and shot herself. He said he heard the gunshot, then broke down the door to try to help her. That this piece of the lock was underneath Alex's body. For the detectives, it meant only one thing. The door had been forced open before Alex was shot, not after. Suddenly, Matthew's entire story crumbled. If the door was broken before the shooting, then Alex hadn't locked herself in and pulled the trigger. Instead, it seemed more likely that she'd tried to get away from Matthew, locked herself in the bathroom to protect herself. Matthew broke down the door. That's when the lockpiece fell to the floor. And then in that doorway, with her legs on either side of the frame, Alex was shot. The detectives had a new theory. Maybe Matthew and Alex had argued that night. Maybe she was angry. The surveillance footage from the lobby seemed to show tension between them. Maybe things escalated. Maybe she ran to the bathroom to get away from him, locked the door, and Matthew, in rage or panic or some terrible combination of the two, broke it down. And then he shot her. They found more pieces that supported this. When they talked to Shane Anderson, Alex's boyfriend, he was devastated. He told them that yes, he'd punched Matthew that night at the bar, but only because Matthew had stepped between him and Alex during what Shane thought was a private conversation. Shane said his relationship with Alex wasn't abusive. He said they were happy, making plans, and her death destroyed him. The prosecution would later argue that Matthew had a motive. Alex was planning a future with Shane. Maybe that bothered Matthew. Maybe he was jealous. Maybe he feared Alex would tell his wife Elizabeth about their affair, and his whole life would unravel. Matthew had been paying some of Alex's rent. He'd been prescribing her medications, including Adderall and anti-anxiety drugs. He was involved in her life in ways that went beyond friendship. And when she started building something real with someone else, maybe he couldn't handle it. Or maybe in that moment something else happened. A fight. An escalation. A terrible decision. We'll never know exactly what Matthew was thinking. He's never admitted to it. But that little piece of metal, that fragment of a lock that fell to the floor when the door was broken, and ended up beneath Alex's body, that told a story that Matthew's words couldn't hide. It took over a year for the case to go to trial. In February 2024, Matthew Ecker stood before a jury in Ramsey County. He was 46 years old by then, no longer living in Fergus Falls. His wife Elizabeth had learned about the affair and separated from him. His life had completely changed. The prosecution laid out their case carefully. They showed the jury that tiny metal ring. They explained the timeline minute by minute, using surveillance footage. They talked about the dry sink, the clean hands, the missing gunshot residue. They brought in the responding officers who said the scene didn't look like a suicide. The medical examiner had ruled Alex's manner of death as undetermined. They couldn't definitively say whether it was homicide or suicide based on the wounds alone. But the circumstantial evidence painted a picture. Matthew's defense attorney argued that Alex had been depressed, that she had a history of attempting suicide, that the prescription medications in her apartment showed she was struggling. They argued that Alex must have taken the gun herself, that the physical evidence was consistent with suicide, that there was no clear motive for Matthew to hurt her. There is no reason for Matthew Ecker to kill her, his attorney told the jury. Zero. There is no motive whatsoever. The jury deliberated for 9 hours. You can imagine those hours, the weight of them, the back and forth, 12 people trying to understand what happened in those 20 minutes between when Alex and Matthew went up to her apartment for the last time. And when Matthew called 911, finally they reached a verdict. Guilty. Second-degree intentional murder, not premeditated. Alex's father, Jim, later said, "We wanted to believe he was guilty, but believing it and proving it are two different things." When the verdict came in, he said their hearts felt a mixture of emotions, relief that there was justice, but also the permanent ache of losing Alex. At the sentencing in April 2024, Alex's friend spoke. Her friend Jillian said, "Countless times I picked up the phone to call Al, only to realize I won't ever hear her voice again." Alex's parents, Jim and Mary Jo, stood before the judge. "Our hearts have been broken beyond repair," Jim said, "and the future trajectory of our lives has been changed forever." Matthew's family spoke too. His mother Terry said, "Matt is one of the kindest and most compassionate people we know. He has spent most of his adult life helping people." Judge Dan Hilgers sentenced Matthew Ecker to 30 years in prison. He's currently incarcerated at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. He filed an appeal arguing that the evidence wasn't sufficient to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he killed Alex. In April 2025, the Minnesota Court of Appeals upheld his conviction in a unanimous decision. He won't be eligible for parole until 2044. He's 47 years old now. His family still believes in his innocence. His sister said at the sentencing he's not a murderer. He didn't do this. But the evidence, that small metal ring, the dry sink, the timeline, the inconsistencies, told a different story. Sometimes in true crime, we get so focused on the mystery and the question of what happened and who did it that we forget about the person at the center of it all. So let me tell you a bit more about Alex Penning. Her friends describe her as someone with a huge heart. She loved animals. She was always feeding stray cats, taking care of the ones no one else wanted. Her obituary asked that memorial donations be made to animal shelters, because that's how much she cared. In her career as a nurse, she specifically sought out opportunities to work with disadvantaged and forgotten people. She chose the hard cases, the ones others might overlook, because she knew what it felt like to struggle. She knew what it meant to need someone to believe in you when you couldn't believe in yourself. Her friend Sarah said, "Alex really was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of friend." Her sister Brady, who's a doctor now, visits their parents regularly with Alex's nieces, Lucy and Lily. The family gathers often to share stories about Alex, to keep her memory alive. Her boyfriend Shane still grieves. He said, "It's heartbreaking because I love that girl, and she deserves to be here. She absolutely deserves to be here." Jim and Mary Jo, Alex's parents, visit her grave regularly. It's not far from their home in Hugo, Minnesota. In one recorded visit, you can hear Mary Jo say softly, "Hey, Al," and Jim responds, "I miss you, kid." And Mary Jo adds, "This is tough. Love you, honey." Alex Penning was 32 years old when she died. She had her whole life ahead of her. She'd overcome addiction and depression. She'd found her calling in nursing. She was making plans for the future, falling in love, building a life. And one night, in the span of 20 minutes, it all ended. Sometimes I think about that surveillance footage of her in the lobby, pacing while she waited for Matthew to come back from his car. What was she thinking about in those moments? Was she tired from the long night, upset about seeing Shane at the bar, worried about something? We'll never know. But we know this. Alex Penning mattered. Her life had value, and the truth about her death, however painful, however complicated, mattered too. The case of Alex Penning is one of those stories that doesn't have easy answers. Even after the conviction, questions remain. Matthew Ecker has never admitted to killing her. His family believes in his innocence, and while the jury found him guilty and the appeals court upheld that conviction, we can't see into his heart to know what really happened in those final moments. What we can see is the evidence. That small metal ring from a bathroom lock, found beneath Alex's body. The dry sink. The clean hands, the timeline that didn't quite add up, the surveillance footage showing tension, all these tiny pieces that when put together painted a picture different from the one Matthew told. Justice, in this case, means Matthew Ecker will spend the next 20-some years in prison. It means Alex's family has some closure, even if the pain never really goes away. It means that Detectives DeSanto and O'Donnell did their job carefully and thoroughly, and that forensic technician who found that little piece of metal recognized its significance. But justice doesn't bring Alex back. It doesn't give her parents another Christmas with their daughter. It doesn't let Shane finish the life they were planning together. It doesn't let Alex's friends call her up to chat about nothing and everything. That's the hard truth of true crime. Behind every case is a real person whose story ended too soon. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep, maybe spare a thought for Alex Penning, for the nurse who wanted to help people, for the woman who loved cats and hockey in her family, for someone who fought through darkness and came out the other side, only to have her light extinguished in a way that never should have happened. Her story matters. Her life matters. And now you know it too. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight, I want to tell you about something that happened in Des Moines, Iowa. It's a story about family, about struggle, and about how sometimes the people closest to us can become strangers in the worst possible way. This is the story of Paula Thompson. Des Moines in early 2020 was a lot like any other Midwestern city. Winter was finally loosening its grip, and people were starting to think about spring. In the residential neighborhoods, where houses sit close together with small front yards and familiar faces, life moved at that comfortable, predictable pace. You know the kind of neighborhood I'm talking about, where you wave to the same people every morning, where everyone knows everyone else's business, at least a little bit. For on Pleasant View Drive, Paula Thompson lived in one of these houses. And that name, Pleasant View, it's one of those street names that feels almost ironic now, given what happened there. But back then it was just home. Paula's home. Paula was 50 years old that March. Born in April of 1969, she'd spent most of her life in Des Moines. She'd gone to Lincoln High School, graduated with the class of '87. She worked as a claims processor for Nationwide Insurance. The kind of steady job that keeps a roof over your head and food on the table. Nothing glamorous, but honest work. The kind of job where you show up every day, process paperwork, help people navigate their insurance claims. But Paula wasn't defined by her job. She had this wonderful quirk about her. She loved collecting things. Coca-Cola memorabilia, cookie jars, all sorts of treasures she'd find at garage sales. She'd spend her weekends driving around to different sales, hunting for that perfect piece to add to her collection. Friends remember her lighting up when she'd find something special. A vintage Coke sign, an unusual cookie jar shaped like a rooster or a cartoon character. These small joys meant something to her. She had 2 sons. Adam, the older one, had moved to Missouri, started his own family. He had a wife, Sarah, and they were raising 3 kids. Paula was a grandmother to Samantha, Jace, and John. She loved those grandchildren, even though she didn't get to see them as often as she would have liked. Then there was Christopher, Chris, her younger son. And this is where things get complicated. The way family stories often do. Chris was 32 years old in 2020, but he wasn't in the place most people are at that age. He lived with his mother, on and off. Sometimes he'd have his own place, sometimes he'd be back at Paula's house on Pleasant View Drive. He worked occasionally through a temp agency, but nothing steady. Nothing that gave him the independence or stability he probably needed, and Chris struggled. He struggled with alcohol. He struggled with anger. He had a criminal record that stretched back years. In 2013, he had pleaded guilty to assault charges, the kind that involved weapons. In 2016, he'd hit a woman with his car and just driven away. Didn't stop to help. That tells you something about where his head was at. By March of 2020, Chris was on probation. He had a probation officer named Melissa Moylan, who'd been working with him for 7 years. 7 years of check-ins, of trying to keep him on track, of watching him cycle through the same patterns over and over. The relationship between Paula and Chris was complicated. Of course it was. When your adult child can't seem to get their life together, when they keep coming back to your doorstep, when they struggle with addiction and anger, it puts this enormous strain on everything. Paula loved her son, but she was also afraid of him, and frustrated with him, and exhausted by him. She'd tell her friends about it. There was Lori Baker, one of her closest friends. Paula would confide in Lori about the situation with Chris, how he'd get aggressive when he drank, how he'd make scenes, how worried she was. And there was Maggie Wood, Paula's probation officer. Yes, Paula had her own struggles with alcohol. It ran in the family, you could say. Both mother and son were fighting the same demon, and it made everything more volatile, more unpredictable. Chris would later describe his mother's personality when she drank as turning into a monster. Those were his words. He said she'd confront him, scream at him, slam things around. And Paula, for her part, was reaching the end of her rope. She'd told friends she was planning to cut Chris off financially, to force him to stand on his own 2 feet, to get him out of her house. She needed him to leave. She needed space. She needed her life back. In December of 2019, a few months before everything happened, something alarming occurred. Late one night, Paula made a Facebook Live video from her living room. She was sitting there whispering, clearly frightened. Her friend Melissa Moylan saw it. Paula was saying quietly, desperately, "He's gonna kill me. He's gonna hurt me. I'm scared. He's going crazy. She was talking about Chris. Melissa couldn't reach Paula that night. She tried calling, tried texting. No response. So she did what anyone would do. She called the police and asked them to do a welfare check. When officers arrived, Paula told them everything was fine. Said she'd been drinking, that she'd overreacted. Later, she called Melissa to apologize for the drama, but it wasn't fine. Not really. The fear was real, even if Paula downplayed it later. In February of 2020, Paula sent an email to Maggie Wood. She wanted her to know that she was done supporting Chris financially, done enabling him. She wanted him to get a job, to move out, to stop depending on her for everything. She was setting boundaries. Finally, after all these years, Chris knew it was coming. You can imagine how that must have felt to him. Your mother, the person who's been your safety net for your entire adult life, telling you that the net is being pulled away for someone already struggling with anger and alcohol and a sense that life wasn't fair. This was devastating. The tension in that house on Pleasant View Drive must have been unbearable. Two people, both drinking, both angry, both trapped in this cycle they couldn't seem to break. And then came March 13th, 2020. Friday the 13th. Actually, one of those dates that feels heavy with meaning after the fact, though at the time it was just another day. Earlier that day before the sun set, police had actually been called to Paula's house. She'd reported that Chris was harassing her, threatening her. He'd been outside the house, causing a scene. She was scared. The officers who responded gave her advice. Don't let him in if he's aggressive. Call 911 immediately if he comes back. Keep us on the line if you have to confront him. But Chris came back. He had a key. It was his mother's house after all. And he lived there on and off. He came back and he came inside. Both of them started drinking. That's around 10 o'clock at night now. The house is quiet except for the two of them. And they start arguing. Again. The same argument they'd been having for months. For years maybe. About his life. About his choices. About what he was doing with himself. Chris would later say that Paula was nagging him. Confronting him about wasting his life. Telling him that everything in the house was hers. That his life was. In his words, a pathetic piece of shit. Maybe she did say those things. Maybe she was drunk and angry and desperate for him to change. Maybe she'd reached her breaking point and the words just came out, harsh and cutting. Or maybe Chris's memory of it, filtered through rage and alcohol and his own feelings of inadequacy, made it worse than it was. We'll never know Paula's side of it. We only have Chris's version. What we do know is this. Chris tried to go to his room. He wanted to close the door, shut himself away from the argument. But Paula wouldn't let him close the door. She followed him, kept at him, and something inside Chris broke. He left the hallway where they'd been arguing. He walked through the house, through multiple rooms, to a staircase, and there he picked up a crowbar. A heavy metal crowbar, and he walked back to where his mother was. He hit her once. She fell to the ground, and then he stood over her, and he hit her again, and again. 7 times, he estimated later. 7 times he brought that crowbar down on his mother's head, until she stopped moving. Paula Thompson died right there in the hallway of her own home. 50 years old, killed by her own son. Chris stood there for a while, just staring at what he'd done. He'd have a few drinks. Look at her body. Have a few more drinks. He was in shock. Probably. The rage had drained away and left him with this terrible, awful reality. Eventually he dragged Paula's body to her bedroom, laid her out on the floor, and then in what might be the most chilling detail of this whole story, he walked over to Paula's rescue cat, this cat she loved. It kept her company, and he picked up that same crowbar, and he killed the cat with a single blow. When the police asked him about it later, Chris said the cat belonged to Paula. Everything in that house belonged to Paula, and he was still angry, still pissed as he put it. The cat was just another thing that was hers. He threw the cat's body in the garbage can outside. Then he cleaned the crowbar in the kitchen sink, tried to wash away the blood, and then he just stayed there, in the house, with his mother's body in her bedroom. For 5 days, Chris remained in that house. He only left twice, both times to buy more alcohol. He'd drink, try to sleep, move through the rooms, avoiding the bedroom where his mother's body lay. Can you imagine 5 days in that house? The smell, the silence, the weight of what he'd done pressing down on him. 5 days of knowing that as soon as he stepped outside and told someone, his life as he knew it would be over. Meanwhile, Paula's absence was being noticed. She didn't show up for work at Nationwide Insurance. Her coworkers tried calling, tried texting. Nothing. After a few days, they reached out to Lori Baker, Paula's friend, asked if she knew what was happening. Lori started trying to contact Paula. Messages on Facebook, phone calls, text messages. No response. So she tried calling Chris, asked him if he knew where his mother was. Chris told Lori that Paula was on a drinking binge, that she wasn't responding to anyone because she was drunk, shut away somewhere. Just leave her alone. Let her come around on her own. But Lori knew Paula, and something about Chris's story didn't sit right. She kept trying to reach Paula, kept asking Chris about her. Where is she? When did you last see her? Is she okay? And Chris kept dodging, kept making excuses. On March 18th, 5 days after he killed his mother, Chris's ability to maintain the lie started crumbling. Maybe it was Lori's constant questions. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe he just couldn't sleep anymore. Couldn't stand being in that house with what he'd done. That morning, he started calling Lori, over and over. She finally picked up, and Chris told her the truth. He'd killed Paula. He'd killed his mother. Lori called 911 immediately, asked for a welfare check on Paula, told the dispatcher what Chris had just confessed to her. And Chris, he got in his car, drove to a local store, bought some food, sat in his car for a while, eating, thinking, and then he made a decision. He drove himself to the Polk County Jail, just walked right in. A little after 3:30 in the afternoon, he told the intake officer there was a warrant for his arrest. They asked him why there would be a warrant, and Chris said simply that he'd killed his mother. The police didn't know yet. The welfare check officers were just arriving at Paula's house on Pleasant View Drive. They knocked, no answer. They looked through windows, and when they finally got inside, they found exactly what Chris had described. Paula's body in her bedroom, dead for 5 days. Blunt force trauma to the head. The entire scene pointing to a brutal, violent end. While this was happening, Chris was at the Des Moines Police Department, sitting in an interrogation room. They read him his rights. Miranda warnings. The right to remain silent. The right to an attorney. Chris waived those rights. He wanted to talk. And talk he did. He described everything in chilling detail. The argument. Getting the crowbar. Hitting his mother 7 times. Dragging her body. Killing the cat. Cleaning the weapon. Staying in the house for 5 days. The detectives noted something unsettling. Chris showed no emotion as he described all of this. No tears. No remorse. He was matter-of-fact, almost casual, like he was describing something that happened to someone else. He did say one thing that stuck with people. At some point during the interview, Chris said, "I guess my life is over now. Not, I can't believe I did this. Not, I wish I could take it back." Just a resigned acknowledgement that the consequences were coming. Chris was charged with first-degree murder. He was also charged with animal abuse for killing Paula's cat. He pleaded guilty to the animal abuse charge before trial. For the murder, his lawyers tried to argue that it wasn't first degree, that he'd acted impulsively, in a rage, without premeditation. Yes, he killed his mother, but it wasn't planned. It was a moment of explosive anger, not a calculated act. The prosecution saw it differently, so they pointed to everything that led up to that night. The months of tension. Paula's fear, documented in that Facebook video from December. Her plan to cut Chris off financially. The email she'd sent in February about making him leave. The police visit earlier on March 13th. And then there was the act itself. Chris didn't just snap and push Paula or strike her once in the heat of the moment. He walked away from the argument, went to another part of the house, picked up a weapon, walked back, and struck her 7 times. That shows intent. That shows a decision was made. The trial happened in December of 2020. It lasted 3 days. The jury heard testimony from Melissa Moylan, Paula's friend who described the December Facebook video and Paula's fear. They heard from Maggie Wood, the probation officer, about Paula's plans to cut Chris off. They watched Chris's confession video, saw his emotionless description of the killing. The defense tried to paint a picture of a troubled man who finally broke under the weight of his mother's constant criticism and his own failures. A crime of passion, not premeditation. The jury wasn't convinced. They found Christopher Thompson guilty of first-degree murder. On December 18th, 2020, Chris was sentenced to life in prison. Mandatory sentence, no possibility of parole. A few days later, on the 22nd, he was sentenced separately for the animal abuse charge. Another mark on his record, though it hardly mattered at that point. Life in prison is life in prison. Chris appealed his conviction in November of 2021. He argued that he hadn't received a fair trial, that COVID-19 restrictions had compromised his attorney's ability to properly question potential jurors during selection, that the court had made errors. The Iowa Court of Appeals reviewed his case, and then the Iowa Supreme Court reviewed it. Both courts affirmed his conviction. No errors. No grounds for a new trial. The conviction stood. As of now, Christopher Thompson remains in prison in Iowa. Life sentence. He's in his mid-30s now, and he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. Paula Thompson was laid to rest at Oakdale Cemetery in Adel, Iowa. Her ashes were buried with her mother's, Sandra Sue Freestone. She was survived by her son Adam, her grandchildren, her father William, and various aunts, uncles, and cousins. All the people who loved her, and had to grapple with the senseless way she died. Her family requested that memorials be directed to Safe Home Rescue, the organization she'd gotten her beloved cat from. Even in death, Paula's love for animals was honored. So, what do we take from a story like this? What's the lesson, if there is one? Maybe it's about recognizing when someone is truly in danger, even when they downplay it. Paula made that Facebook video. She called the police. She told her friends she was afraid. And then she'd backtrack, say everything was fine, apologize for causing concern. How many times does that happen? Someone cries for help and then, embarrassed or afraid or hoping things will get better, takes it back, says it's nothing. Maybe it's about the cycles of addiction and codependency. Paula and Chris both struggled with alcohol. She enabled him for years, let him live with her, supported him financially. And when she finally tried to set boundaries, it was too late. The resentment, the dependency, the anger, it had all built up too high. Maybe it's about mental health and anger management, and all the ways our society fails people who are struggling. Chris had a probation officer. He was in the system, people knew he was troubled, but nothing changed. Nothing intervened in time. Or maybe there's no lesson at all. Maybe it's just a tragedy. A mother and son who loved each other and hurt each other until one night, fueled by alcohol and anger and years of pain, it all exploded in the worst possible way. Paula Thompson deserved better. She deserved to grow old, to watch her grandchildren grow up, to keep collecting her Coca-Cola memorabilia and hunting for treasures at garage sales. She deserved to live. Instead, she died at 50, killed by the son she'd raised and loved and tried to help, even when she was scared of him. And Chris, he made a choice that night. Maybe he felt trapped. Maybe he felt worthless. Maybe Paula's words cut deeper than she knew. But he made a choice. He picked up that crowbar. He walked back to where she was. He struck her, again and again, until she was gone. Now he lives with that choice. Every day, for the rest of his life. In a cell with all the time in the world to think about what he did. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight, I want to tell you a story. It's one of those stories that stays with you, not because of the violence, but because of what was lost. A story about a teacher, a mother, and a small town in Texas that would never be quite the same. This is a story about Menele Allen. In the heart of North Texas, there's a town called Olney, population 3,000 people. give or take. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where Friday nights mean high school football under bright stadium lights, where teachers don't just educate, they become part of the fabric of the community, woven into the lives of families, remembered long after graduation. Olney sits in Young County, surrounded by flat plains and wide open skies. Lake Cooper shimmers just outside of town, a quiet place where locals fish and watch the sunset paint the water gold. It's peaceful there, or at least it was. In 2019, that peace was shattered. Let me tell you about Manuela first, because to understand what was lost, you need to know who she was. Manuela Sabine Kammerl was born on April 9th, 1970 in a village called Unterschwarzenberg, tucked away in Bavaria, Germany. Picture rolling hills, alpine meadows, the kind of place that looks like it belongs on a postcard. She was the sunshine in her family, the middle child among 9 siblings, 4 brothers, Manfred, Hannes, Wolfgang, and Günther. 4 sisters, Melanie, Lisi, Heli, and Carola. Her parents Hans and Elisabeth raised their children with love and discipline, German precision and warmth. Manuela grew up speaking German, of course, but she was fascinated by English, by other cultures, by the world beyond the Bavarian countryside. She was curious, bright, driven. When she was old enough, she made a decision that would change her life forever. She moved to the United States to study English. It was the early 1990s. Manuela arrived in America with her textbooks and her dreams, enrolling in college, determined to master the language she loved. And that's where she met him, Peter Allen. Peter was an Army veteran, a man who had seen things, been places, carried experiences that most people couldn't imagine. He was studying to become a teacher, a math teacher, solid, dependable, quietly intense. And when he saw Manuela, something shifted. He was smitten, completely taken by this bright, kind woman from Germany who spoke with an accent he found charming. They fell in love the way people do in college. Gradually, then all at once. On April 12, 1996, they got married in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Not the Vegas with casinos and neon lights. Las Vegas, New Mexico, a small town with Spanish colonial history and quiet streets. It suited them. Intimate, meaningful, far from the noise of the world. They built a life together. 2 teachers, both dedicated to education. They welcomed 4 children into the world. William, their eldest son. Then Darian, another boy. Melanie, their first daughter. And finally, Kira, the youngest. For years they lived in Crowell, Texas, another small town. But in 2008, they moved to Olney. Peter taught math at Olney High School. Manuela taught German and English, and eventually earned her certification in special education. She also taught a writing class for 8th graders at the junior high. If you talk to anyone in Olney about Manuela Allen, they'd all say the same thing. She was kind, genuinely, deeply kind. She believed in her students, even the ones who had given up on themselves. Especially those ones. Her colleagues remembered her smile, her positivity, the way she'd ask endless questions during staff meetings, always wanting to understand, to improve, to help. She was the teacher who connected with kids when no one else could, the one who saw potential where others saw problems. Michelle Carpenter, who taught Spanish in the classroom next door to Manuela's for 10 years, described her as more than a colleague. They were friends. They had inside jokes, the kind that only makes sense when you've spent years side by side. Michelle knew about Manuela's past in Germany, her family, her journey to America. The principal, Matt Caffey, called her a connector. Said she was the teacher you went to when you couldn't reach a student, because Manuela would find a way. She loved her students fiercely. She loved her family even more. The summer of 2019 was supposed to be a good one. The Allens had just returned from Germany, where they'd spent a couple of weeks visiting Manuela's family. Her siblings, her nieces and nephews, the rolling hills of Bavaria that still felt like home. They arrived back in Olney in early July, settling back into their routine. Peter and Manuela, side by side the way they'd always been. July 6th, 2019 was a Saturday, an ordinary day. Peter and Manuela spent the evening together, watching television in their living room. Nothing unusual, Nothing that would suggest what was coming. Manuela went to bed that night in their bedroom. Peter, who had been drinking vodka, fell asleep on the couch. It was a habit of his when he'd had too much to drink. He didn't want to disturb Manuela, so he'd just crash wherever he landed. Their son, Darian, 20 years old at the time, was home that night. He was in his room, playing video games with headphones on, lost in whatever virtual world he was exploring. Their youngest daughter, Kiara, a teenager, came home around 11:30 that night. She talked on the phone with a friend for a while, earbuds in, then fell asleep with them still in her ears. William, their oldest son, was away at college. Melanie, their other daughter, was on a trip to an amusement park with friends. The house was quiet. Everyone was home, in their own spaces, doing their own things. The kind of unremarkable Saturday night that happens in homes everywhere. And then, sometime in the darkest hours of the night, something terrible happened. Sunday morning, July 7th, 2019. Peter was in the living room, scrolling on his computer. Kiara came in looking for her mom, asking if she'd seen her. Peter told her to check the bedroom. Kiara went to the door. It was locked. She went around to another entrance, trying to get into her parents' room. And that's when she saw it. Blood. Not just a little. A lot of blood. On the carpet, on the furniture, on the closet doors. The mattress was soaked. Blood spatter across everything.
But no Manuela.
Kiara screamed for her father. Peter came running. The sight that greeted him in that bedroom was something out of a nightmare. Blood everywhere. Drag marks leading toward the garage. A knife in the hallway, also covered in blood. And Manuela's white SUV was gone. Peter's mind raced. Maybe she'd cut herself, he thought. Maybe she drove herself to the hospital. It was the only explanation that made sense in those first panicked moments. He and Kiara jumped in the car and drove to the local hospital, praying they'd find Manuela there, getting stitched up alive. But she wasn't there. That's when Peter called 911. When law enforcement arrived, they knew immediately that this was more than a missing person case. The amount of blood, the violence suggested by the spatter patterns, the drag marks. This was a crime scene. Young County Sheriff Sergeant Dan Burback was one of the first responders. He'd later describe what he saw: blood splatter across the furniture, the mattress, the closet doors, drag marks clearly visible as they proceeded into the garage. A picture developed quickly, he said. Something very bad had happened. The question was, where was Manuela? The search began immediately. Officers canvassed the area, looking for any sign of Manuela or her vehicle. And that same day, just a few miles from the Allen home, they got a break. Archer County Sheriff's Lieutenant David Wilk was searching near Lake Cooper when he spotted something. A white SUV, parked near the water. He approached carefully, and his heart sank. There was blood on the side of the vehicle, bloody fingerprints inside. And then wrapped in bloody sheets near a fence by the lake, he found her. Manuela Allen, 49 years old, mother of 4, beloved teacher, wife, friend. She was gone. The autopsy revealed the brutality of what had happened. Manuela had been stabbed approximately 47 times. 47. She had tried to defend herself. Defensive wounds on her hands and arms. Told that story, but the killer had been relentless. She had also been strangled. The medical examiner found fractures to her neck, consistent with asphyxiation, and after she was already dead, the killer had shot her once in the face. It was by any measure overkill. The kind of violence that spoke to rage, to something personal. The investigation moved quickly. Detectives examined the crime scene, noting the bloody footprints that led through the kitchen. The killer had clearly known where Manuela's car keys were kept. They'd gone straight to the spot where she typically stored them. This wasn't a stranger. This was someone who'd been in the house before. Someone who knew the family. Suspicion initially fell on Peter. It often does in cases like these. The spouse is always the first person investigators look at, and there were things that made them wonder. Peter's demeanor was oddly calm, almost emotionless. He and the kids didn't seem as hysterical as you'd expect. Peter had been drinking that night. He claimed he was a heavy sleeper, that he hadn't heard anything, but could someone really sleep through their wife being murdered feet away? Investigators questioned him extensively. But as they dug deeper, they couldn't find anything that pointed to his involvement. No motive. No evidence linking him to the crime. Peter was a former Green Beret. with an extensive gun collection. Yes, but nothing was missing from the house. And the violence, the stabbing, the strangulation, it didn't fit. They had to look elsewhere. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place. Sergeant Dan Burback was working on a separate case. A burglary. He went to question a young man named Corey Taylor about a stolen firearm. Taylor lived in an apartment complex in Olney. As Burback approached the building, he noticed something in the storage area. A bicycle. Burback had been thinking about that witness report, the woman who'd seen someone riding a bicycle away from Lake Cooper in the early morning hours of July 7th. Bike tire tracks had been found at the scene, leading away from where Manuela's body was discovered. On a hunch, Burback asked Taylor whose bike it was. Julius Mullins, Taylor said. Julius Mullins. 18 years old, a running back on the Olney High School football team. A student who'd had a troubled year, racking up 2 arrests earlier in 2019, one for marijuana possession, another for tampering with identification numbers and possessing drug paraphernalia. But more importantly, Julius Mullins had dated Melanie Allen, Manuela's daughter. They'd dated for a while, and Manuela had welcomed Julius into their home. She'd helped him with his homework, shown him kindness, treated him like family. Melanie would later say that her mother was extremely kind and accepting of Julius, that she tried to support him, but the relationship hadn't ended well. Julius had started getting into more fights, his grades dropping, his behavior becoming increasingly erratic. He and Melanie argued more. Finally, about 6 or 7 months before Manuela's murder, Melanie broke up with him. Julius did not take it well. When Burback brought Julius in for questioning, he noticed something immediately. Fresh cuts on Julius's arms and legs. The kind of cuts you get when you're in a violent struggle. At first, Julius denied everything. He hadn't been anywhere near the Allen house. He didn't know anything about Manuela's death, but the evidence was mounting. The bicycle belonged to him. The tire tracks at Lake Cooper matched his bike. The bike he'd owned for more than 2 months. The footprints in the Allen kitchen matched the soles of his sneakers. And most damning of all, DNA evidence from the crime scene came back as a match. Blood on one of Julius's socks matched the bloody impression found on the floor of Manuela's bedroom. Confronted with this evidence, Julius's story began to change. On July 15th, 2019, 8 days after Manuela's body was found, Julius Mullins was arrested and charged with murder. And then he confessed. Julius admitted to sneaking into the Allen house in the early morning hours of July 6th. He said he went into Manuela's bedroom while she was sleeping. She woke up while he was there. He panicked, he claimed, and grabbed a knife that was lying on a dresser, and then he stabbed her, over and over, 47 times. He said he strangled her too, closing the bedroom door so the family wouldn't hear. And when she was dead, he dragged her body through the house, out to the garage, and loaded her into her SUV. He drove to Lake Cooper, left her body there, wrapped in sheets, abandoned the car, and rode his bicycle back home. Julius's confession was detailed, chillingly detailed. He knew things only the killer would know, but there was one part of his confession that didn't add up. Julius claimed that Peter Allen had hired him to kill Manuela, that Peter had asked him to do this terrible thing. Investigators looked into this claim extensively. They found no evidence to support it. No communications, no payments, no motive on Peter's part. Peter and Manuela's relationship had been solid. He was devastated by her death, describing her as his soulmate, the heart and core of the family. The authorities concluded that Julius was lying about Peter's involvement, that he'd acted alone. So why did he do it? Julius never gave a clear, straightforward answer, but in his confession he admitted something. He was still in love with Melanie. He was heartbroken over their breakup. He couldn't move on. Peter Allen, trying to make sense of the senseless, offered a theory. He believed it was twisted revenge, that Julius killed Manuela to break Melanie's heart the way his own heart had been broken. The only thing I can think of, Peter said, is he felt that if he killed Melanie's mother, that it would break her heart. If that was the motive, it worked. Melanie has since said that her mother's murder brings back nothing but painful memories and triggers PTSD. She and her family have asked for privacy when it comes to this matter. On May 28, 2020, Julius Orion Xavier Mullins pleaded guilty to 3 charges. First-degree murder, burglary of a habitation and tampering with physical evidence with intent to impair a human corpse. He was 19 years old. The judge sentenced him to 55 years in prison for the murder charge, 20 years for the burglary, 20 years for tampering with evidence. All sentences to run concurrently, meaning he'd serve 55 years total. Julius is currently incarcerated at the James Biff Woolred Unit in Iowa Park, Texas. He won't be eligible for parole until January 13, 2047. His projected release date is July 14, 2074. He'll be an old man by then. If he lives that long, the town of Olney was shaken to its core. Manuela's memorial service was held at the Olney High School auditorium on July 28, 2019. The school released a statement. "We are deeply saddened at the passing of Manuela Allen. This is a tragic loss to the staff and students of Olney High School, but even more devastating to her family, her colleagues, her students, the community. They all mourned. They remembered her smile, her endless questions, her belief in kids who'd given up on themselves." Lieutenant David Wilk, who found Manuela's body, was so affected by the case that he retired soon afterward. He told people that it was one of the driving reasons he stepped down. He couldn't be in the same room as Kiara without thinking about all the hope she'd lost that day. Sergeant Burbeck, reflecting on the case years later, said it was justice not just for the Allen family, but for Olney itself. The murder had rocked the town to its core, and bringing Julius to justice brought some sense of closure. As for the Allen family, they're still trying to move forward, still trying to make sense of life without Manuela. Peter continues to teach. He's been an educator for over 28 years now, inspired by his late wife. He describes Manuela as his soulmate, the person who gave him a heart after years in the military had hardened him. William, their oldest son, followed in his father's footsteps and joined the army. He keeps his life private, but those who know him say he's doing well. Darian got married in August of 2024 to a woman named Taylor. They live in Wichita Falls, Texas, starting their new life together. Darian has a stepdaughter now, a little girl named Zara, whom he's welcomed into his life. He and Taylor share a love of fitness, of building something new from the ashes of what was lost. Melanie graduated from Olney High School and attended the University of North Texas. These days she's pursuing her passion for truck driving. She graduated from CDL school in September of 2024 and got her own truck at Melton Truck Lines in March of 2025. She also works at FedEx. She's building a life step by step, mile by mile. And Kiara, the one who found the blood that terrible Sunday morning, graduated from Olney High in 2021. She attended Rice University, where she studied sports medicine and exercise physiology, and managed the women's basketball team. She graduated in May of 2025. Melanie was there to congratulate her. They're surviving, moving forward, honoring their mother's memory by living their lives. Sometimes I think about Manuela Allen, about the teacher who believed in kids when no one else did, about the mother who put her family first, always, about the woman who left Germany as a young student with dreams of learning English and ended up building a life, a family, a legacy in a small Texas town. I think about that summer night in 2019, about how quickly everything can change, how violence can shatter peace in an instant, leaving nothing but questions and grief in its wake. And I think about Julius Mullins, 18 years old, his whole life ahead of him, and he threw it all away in a fit of rage and heartbreak. He didn't just take Manuela's life, he destroyed his own. He shattered a family, he traumatized a community. For what? A breakup? A broken heart? It makes no sense. But then again, senseless violence never does. Lake Cooper is quiet again now. The water still shimmers in the Texas sun. People still fish there, still watch the sunsets. But for those who knew Manuela Allen, it will never be quite the same. That lake holds a memory now, the marker of the night a beloved teacher's life ended, and the community's innocence died with her. And only they remember Manuela not for how she died, but for how she lived. With kindness, with dedication, with love. And maybe that's the most important part of her story. Not the violence, not the tragedy, but the legacy she left behind. The students she inspired. The children she raised. The husband she loved. The town she served. Manuela Allen may be gone, but she's not forgotten. And in the end, isn't that what we all hope for? To be remembered not for how we leave this world, but for how we lived in it. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.